Yeah, lol. Okay. Time to do stuff and things. Okay. So we got... Okay, this was the basic template. Okay, replace UI actions with custom gameplay stuff. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be player jump, because this is... I guess this is any input. I should probably go ahead and add analog stick. Okay, so up. Okay. Okay, so okay, so apply gravity, and then I'll just shove this into here. Identifier delta. Function movement handler. I guess so. Actually, maybe jump handler is separate from movement handler. Okay, so if action just pressed jump and is on floor, jump. Hello, Zilphi. Good morning. Good morning, Dathan, as well. Technically morning. Yeah. It's 1:27 for me. I think that constitutes morning. Unless morning is determined by the sun directly and not time of day. Okay, if just pressed and jumps remaining is greater than 0. Velocity equals blah blah blah. Jumps remaining minus minus. About 230? Okay. Oh, I can't do minus minus. Fine, minus equals 1. Okay, so this should give you a double jump. This should also give you 2 mid-air jumps if you run off of a ledge, which I think I'm fine with. Because I think that's cool. Although that can change at some other point. If is on floor. Jumps remaining equals 2. I'm not schedule. Fair. Do you normally do game dev streams? I typically try to do game dev streams Monday through Thursday. I don't stream on Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday I do gameplay streams. I'm currently playing Prey. Okay, so if you land on the floor, jumps get set to 2. Actually, I don't need it constantly being set to 2 if you're on the floor. I would prefer to check for the moment that you land. Because it's also probably just... I guess if I'm constantly checking for, like, if you just landed, that I'm gonna be, like... I'm gonna have a Boolean saved. Anyway. This is probably fine for now. Okay, so... plus jumps. Jump remaining is greater than 0. Add that. Jumps remaining minus equal 1. And then input, direction, move. Okay, so... Speed... Okay, so max speed, or rather, run speed. Okay, so... Oh, thanks for the follow, Zelfing. That's appreciated. I do hope you enjoy. Okay. This could potentially be tweaked for, like, different ground types. Although I suppose I could potentially just do what Hollow Knight does and just don't have any acceleration at all. You just instantly snap to your maximum speed and stuff. You stop pressing the button and then you just come to a dead stop regardless of anything. Okay, so... movement handler, get direction. If is on floor. Right there. temp Excel local Excel equals 0. Local speed equals 0. Decel equals, okay, so if is on floor, local Excel equals acceleration ground, local decel equals deceleration ground, local speed equals actually wait, no, I don't need to do that. So if on floor, else error error move towards run speed okay, so get direction okay, so local Excel, I don't need local speed because I just have max run speed. So local Excel, local decel initialize. Actually, hang on. Can I just? Okay, no, I can just initialize it without setting a value. If is on floor, local is set to the ground variable, else error. And then and then it doesn't do anything. Because I did not move this down here. Huh? Oh, okay. Direction. If direction, move towards times direction. Okay. So that should work now, and then it's just tweak the numbers until it feels good. Okay, so max run speed is 300. So let's say we want to get up to full speed in 1 second, so that'd be 60 frames. So 300 divided by 65. Then maybe not. Maybe make this 10. Let's just make everything 10 for now. Oh, that's really floaty. Deceleration can be higher than acceleration. Oh, right, if you immediately switch direction, it starts moving you in the opposite direction by the acceleration, even though the deceleration would be a faster turnaround. Okay, so if I guess check which direction you're pressing, and if the positive negative value is the opposite of the direction you're currently moving, give like a bonus to your acceleration. Or if direction if 0 divided by direction does not equal velocity dot x, 0 divided by velocity dot x, because 0 divided by anything, no wait, no, 0 divided by anything is 0. Is it like fucking to the power of 1 sets it to 1? 5 to the power of 1 equals 5. Wait, so 1 to the power of 9 equals 1. So 1 to the power of negative 9. Sorry, no. 1 to the power of negative 9. Oh my goodness. Let me input negative into the calculator. Nope. 1 to the power of negative 9 is still 1. Can I get absolute value? Go dot get if number. Wait, hang on. Wait, I'm stupid. If direction is greater than 0 and velocity dot x is greater than 0. So if direction is greater than 0, that means we are moving to the right, which means positive. Wait, so moving to the right. So this would return true. So if we're moving to the right, this returns true. And if velocity.x is greater than 0, that also returns true. So if this is true, if both of these are true, that means we're moving in the same direction that our speed currently is. Or we currently have no speed. So, actually, so I want to check if they're false. So if they are false, run the deceleration. So if we are moving in the opposite direction of... If we are pressing the directional key that is opposite the direction we are currently facing, run the deceleration in addition to running the normal acceleration. Although that gives us a little bit of a jarring stop. Okay, I think that'll be good for now. Or I guess we could maybe do the actual acceleration, but give it like a multiplier. Nah. Actually, hmm. Yeah, no, I think applying the deceleration is the right move. Invalid operands, bool, and okay, fine. I'll leave the parentheses. Hmm. I don't know if these necessarily need to be constants. Although I guess if there's no fancy terrain effects, then nothing is ever going to impact your run speed. I guess maybe... like something like a conveyor belt or wind could affect your run speed. But that doesn't even necessarily need to affect your run speed. You could just have them directly affect the player's current speed. So that's not going to change your maximum run speed. It's just going to make it harder to reach your maximum run speed. Okay, so if velocity.x is greater than run speed, okay, you gotta make sure that you set a minimum negative speed, otherwise you end up with BLJs in your game, and they break everything. Although, although having super ludicrous speed tech is funny. I'll leave that commented out for now. Go dot rainbow brackets. I would like rainbow brackets, please. Simple fence plugin makes building fence. No, I don't care about that. Maybe brace. Rainbow brackets in script editor. Looks like this might not exist. That's unfortunate. Hmm. That does not look good. Position smoothing. No, no. Hmm. Yeah, that's not looking good. Variable jump height. Variable jump height is a thing that needs to be done. And velocity dot y is less than 0. Yep, that's better. Oh, hello, Soraya. Thank you for the aid with 5. I hope you're having a good day. We are currently attempting to learn stuff and things. position smoothing is not doing what I wanted it to. Finished up a good old jam stream. Nice. Yeah, I've tried doing game jams a couple times, but I just do not currently know enough in order to be able to make anything in a constrained time frame. It's not everyone. It can be stressful. Yeah, I imagine if I like already understood the fundamentals, it would be a fun challenge. But right now, I need to learn the fundamentals. Hmm. Wish you on your learning journey. Thank you. That is appreciated. Post stream stuff. Have a great rest of the stream. Okay, have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. Hmm. A player state system would probably be useful. So that, like, if I'm in the middle of an attack animation, I can't just immediately do something else. Like if I have like a magic spell or equivalent, I can't like jump in the middle of that animation. Unfortunately, Godot does not support FSMs. Mushroom is cute. Thank you. I didn't make it myself, but the artist did an amazing job. I wonder if Game Maker supports FSM. Okay, looks like it does. Although, if I just keep changing projects and engines, I'm never gonna do anything. Looks like Godot Asset Library has an FSM module listed. I looked into that a while ago, a little bit. Um, I thought these were just for displaying FSMs, but they didn't actually help create them. Oh, that's not a good sign. Oh, wonderful. It looks like they're not being updated. Although I don't know why it can't access the images. Hmm. Sorry, it didn't help. Well, we don't know if it didn't help just yet. Like, I just looked at these. I didn't actually test any of them. Prefect Visual Editor. Okay, well, it says Visual Editor. So hopefully that means it is a visual editor. No files conflict with your project. Why does it need so many files? Huh. Why is there an X on that? Do you not exist? Are you gonna break? Okay. How to use? To start editing, create a config resource. What? Currently not stable version. Please avoid to use. Well, that should have been listed in here if it's not stable. Cannot remove. Why? Can I? Okay, we'll close you so you're not being accessed, and I guess I'll just uh uninstall it manually. Okay, okay, documents, game dev. Okay, now it should be uninstalled. Cannot navigate to. Well, of course you can't navigate to. I uninstalled it. Cool. Unless deleting it manually isn't the same as uninstalling it. Which, in retrospect, probably should have uninstalled it through the UI. Because this looks kind of like what I'm looking for. Add a state machine node to your scene. Okay. Okay. State machine node that allows several states to be added through a powerful graphical editor. Send it through scripts. Okay. Okay. Clicking the state machine node will open a blank graph editor. Yeah, I'm trying. Okay, clicking it is not doing shit. Ah. Oh, it's down here. Add state. Add new or existing script. Hmm. Hmm. Gotta check out the Silverhose review. Okay, have a good night. And thank you for the encouragements. Now let's continue with this readme. If you don't add a script to a state, it will not do any processing. Include the script templates folder. You can use the default state template to populate. Yeah. Player state. Okay, this image is garbage. It is not high enough resolution to actually read. Wait. If you included the script templates folder in your project, where... Okay. Oh. Okay, how the fuck do I download this? Let me download this folder, please. GitHub, why the fuck can't I download this? I can download individual files. Why can I not download just a whole ass folder? Hmm. Oh, I can see that being useful. If you have like a big ass uh something or other. Okay, so that's unfortunate. Let me fucking... Why can I not drag these anymore? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, looks like... the auto... the auto arranger is not a free win button. Hmm. I wonder why the default state is a new state 2. Okay, well, I guess I can just fucking download these folders individually? No. GitHub, how to download individual folder. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Do, 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 do. Okay, Twitch. Why are you holding that message as restricted? I have a system set in place to automatically ban bot accounts that use those terms. Allow the message through such that they can be banned automatically. Okay, well, I guess I can just download the entire source code and then take out the single folder that I care about. That seems excessively tedious. Okay, let's go ahead and reload. Wait. Why? Like, Did I grab the wrong folder? Script templates. No, I moved script templates into here. It should be populating. The folder's not fucking showing up. Maybe I'm not allowed to place things into here. No, no, it's just not appearing at all. What the fuck? Usually whenever I drag stuff in, it just appears instantly. Why are you not working? Okay, but this is one of the files. Start input void bool. Attach a script and return true in at least one of the virtual methods when you want to continue to the connected state. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a state. Okay, that's cool, but I would like to be able to change the name of the state. Okay, so function start. Whew. Okay, so transition logic between new state 2 and new state 3. Hmm. I would really like to be able to rename shit. Once you have tumor, you can connect the states. State can transition to the other state. Click the name of the transition to edit its resource object. If more than one transition is added, they are evaluated in descending order. You can connect to yourself. I don't. Okay. Transition logic between blank and new state 3. Wait, what? Now it's called state 1? What the fuck am I supposed to do with you? Because I think these two are fucking sharing a script. Because it doesn't template using no. Oh, it is supposed to use the same kind of, maybe? I don't fucking know. Function start. Okay, so okay, so this should auto run and presumably start should do that print. Okay. Can activate stop active process. Okay, so that is running every frame. Oh wait. Called when the state is active and a processing step is being performed. Called when the state of active and a physics step. Oh, okay, I can just fucking read what these things do. State called when the state is responsible for starting the state machine. Run only when the machine first starts or restarts. Okay. Called before attempting to transition to it. Return true if the activation can continue, false otherwise. Called when the state is activated. Called right before a state goes inactive. Okay, so this happens at the very start. This is called before attempting to transition. When it started, right before it ends. Active input. When the state is active and an input event is triggered. Event, input event. Abstract class, state input. A temporary, oh my goodness. A temporary object to extend and store data for initializing a state. During the transition checks of a state transition, state input can be created. Via set state input. Okay, so that can be used to send data to the next states in this series. Okay. Like active process, but only call. Oh, okay. So these are also ran every frame, but only while the state is not. Okay, so there's a bunch of inactive versions of the same stuff. So it runs while the state is currently not active. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, let's go to player. Add state, new state. No. No, don't fucking use an existing. Okay, so. Okay, states. Okay, delete that. Player state, delete that. Okay, I don't think I need that. Okay, I think these, maybe they're old or something. State machine is the one that I care about. Okay, so. Okay, so this is start. Oh, wait, no, it's reusing. I don't want it to reuse. I want it to create a duplicate. Okay, built-in script. Um, where the fuck did you just get saved to? Entities? Interesting. Okay, close those. New script. Built-in script. Name player FSM. Create. Is this just fucking baked in? Okay. So start print player exists. Called when the state is activated. Okay, so cannot drop nodes. It does not inherit node. And how the fuck am I supposed to? I want to affect the velocity of the player. Hmm. Input event. If input event dot is action pressed. How's it going? It's going good. Cannot. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to figure out how this FSM plugin works. It's going slow. Godot does not have native finite state machine support, and I don't even know if this add-on is going to be able to help me. Called when the state is active and an input event is triggered. If input dot is action equals jump, cannot call non-static function on class input event directly. What the fuck? I'm just trying to make the player jump. I still don't even know how to determine when the transition happens. Why is this so complicated? Like, I've seen Alivonia, which is like the Hollow Knight FSM viewer. It's super fucking simple. You don't need all this bullshit. You just have the values, it checks the values, and then depending on what the values are, it does a thing. But this thing extends state, not node. So I don't even know if I can access the player's stuff. Go dot change velocity of a different node. Is this a thing I can do? Cannot use shorthand. Cannot use get node on a class that isn't a node? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Do I need to fucking send a signal or something? I mean, even if I'm not a node, I should still be able to just fucking modify variables and shit. Huh? Called before a state transition is executed. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know how to use this thing. The fucking README doc wasn't super helpful either. It tells you how to make a new state. Lightweight, fast, FSM, implemented as a C++ Godot extension. Yes, add a state, add a script. Connect the states. Custom script to find the logic of when it will occur. That doesn't fucking tell me how to use it though. It's just telling me the things it can do. Um, Godot, let me fucking uninstall this. Why can I not uninstall? Oh, for fuck's sake. Let me uninstall it. How the fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is it so... This is so fucking annoying. Why is it this complicated to fucking uninstall an add-on? I have to fucking delete it from File Explorer directly. Okay, well, this just has nothing in the GitHub page. Only go. Okay, installation. Add state machine player node. Okay, maybe this one will work. All right, I have to enable it. State machine player node. Select created node. Click on create. Okay, well that doesn't look like a button. Okay, so add state. Okay. Okay. Entry point of a state machine always required. Add entry. Ah. Okay, after setup state machine with editor, you can connect. Wait. After setup state machine with editor. Oh, after there should be a fucking comma in this readme. Hmm. Yep, that's rain all right. Real question is, will it stop soon? Yes, it looks like it should stop soon. Entry to state. Trigger. Transition. Mm, this feels like stuff that I should not mess with. Okay, can I... How do I use this for anything? Integer? Trigger. Although param one, that's just the fucking name. It's not letting me do anything with it. Okay, how about... Get rid of that. Oh wait, so idle. My... Idle. Jump. Jump. So you go here, you go here. This has no conditions, so it should start automatically go here. And then... Float. Parameter. Play... Velocity dot x is greater than 5. Sure. Still doesn't let me affect what happens. I don't even know if this velocity.x is being read properly. You always stream game tip when I'm not around. It's Monday through Friday. Also, good morning, Yami. You need to add the code yourself for use signals. I mean, it lets me add states and stuff. Although it doesn't let me do anything else. This feels like something that should have already had a solution. The FSM as a whole, not specifically my problems. Has no clue what a velocity or position is. It's completely separate from the rest of it. Oh. But they made it into a node. It should have access to the player's information. I should be able to do like fucking player.velocity, blah blah blah. Like what's the point of going through the effort of programming all of this into an add-on if it doesn't do anything? This feels like a massive waste of time if it doesn't do anything. Because like there's very little point in having a visual editor if you can't edit visually. You can give it a signal, and then in player you can add a function. The player has to handle its own logic transitions. So if the player has to handle it, then there's no fucking point in doing any of this. Like, the entire point of the visual editor is so that you don't have to deal with the code. You just, oh, okay, on this, fucking, you have your list of variables. Pull them, check what they are. Oh, it's bigger than this? Run. There are visual editors, but they don't have a point. Then why the fuck would you make it? Why the fuck would you go through the... I mean, I guess maybe every single person was trying to make one that was relevant, and then they all ended up failing. Visuals documentation. I mean, I suppose that's fair. Also, I had to close Godot because it doesn't let me uninstall an add-on from within the application, which is really fucking stupid. You can uninstall. I couldn't. Fucking tried deleting it over here, didn't do anything. Go into the plugins in the show. That does not uninstall it. That just disables it. It's still downloaded and installed. I can't uninstall it through the UI. After it's disabled, you can nuke it. I thought I tried that. It did not work. um, excuse me? Player? Oh, no. Fuck off, State Machine player. Good morning exists. We are learning again that Godot does not really support finite state machines, which is complete and utter bullshit because it's a really useful tool. I have basic character controller. I wanted to just get that implemented before I tried doing anything fancy. I was trying to think about what I should even do. I was wanting to use the FSM for the character controller because I realized that like if you have a bunch of like even if you have like a few different attacks, like you don't want to be able to like jump in the middle of an attack animation. Coda doesn't let you spawn another visual window. Oh, yeah, I hadn't even considered that because I was just fucking. I work mostly in one window at a time, so that didn't bother me. But yeah, no, being able to just have a second window would be very useful. How adjustable is player movement? Uh, jump height? I can't technically control at the moment. Currently, I control the force at which the player jumps, which I guess is directly proportional. But yeah, no, I can change deceleration, which is basically friction. Actually, no, friction would be acceleration minus friction. So that would be a separate thing. But I can change gravity if I want to. Although for me, for the another visual window, that wouldn't help super a lot because like if I wanted it on screen for the stream, then that would just be fucking squeezing this entire window into like half, and then you have the exact same issue as before. Intro to calculus. To determine jump velocity based on jump height. Yeah, because I guess it would actually, for like level design, it would probably make more sense to be able to just input a maximum height for the jump and then just have some formula to determine how much force to actually apply. Like if I wanted it so that the player with a full height jump goes exactly 8 units. Parabolas? Yeah, I think so. Because you go up and then you go down. Although I don't actually know the definition of a parabola. Define parabola. Plane curve which is mirror symmetrical and is approximately U-shaped. I guess a jump doesn't technically have to be a parabola. Making Mario jump in Desmos. Nice. Any function in the form of x squared plus y? Yeah, there was the Game Maker's Toolkit, like, game that they made where you can, like, visually drag the jump arc. That would be cool to be able to just have built in. Built into here. Oh, I do need the max run speed. Jump velocity equals square root of 2 times gravity times desired height. That doesn't seem too complicated. Although, isn't the square root of 2 an irrational? Although I don't actually know if that matters. Oh, square root of 2 times gravity times height. Really? That seems... That seems super simple. It's simple, but have fun deriving. Oh, yeah, no. Actually having to be the one to solve it, no thank you. Do 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 do. Max jump height equals 2 times gravity get gravity. Fuck. Default gravity. How do I get you? It's just number times and a number. Okay. Default gravity. I don't want to. Okay, you know, internet, go dot get gravity. Because apparently looking in the project settings is not fucking helping me. Okay, so assigned value Oh, I guess I can't set a constant to something that could potentially dynamically change. Hmm. Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and just shove this down here. Okay, so 2 times project.get settings. And then just shove this here to make it easier to read. Okay, so it was 2 times gravity times... Okay, so now the real issue, now the next issue is I don't fucking know how to do square root in Godot. Godot square root syntax. Just fucking squirt. Okay, so max jump height equals this. So this should return fucking 50. Or is this returning the force I apply? Hmm. Returns the velocity required to jump. Okay. Okay, max jump height equals square root 2 times grav times jump height. Velocity equals this. Instead of your jump velocity. So max jump height, this is currently a speed value. Might need to add a minus. Oh, right. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it. Your deceleration stuff might be messing it up. Possibly. But I think it was because I was using a positive value, it was just fucking shoving me into the ground. Because fucking CRT TVs ruining everything, making 00 be the top left corner. You might not jump exactly 5 blocks. I don't have... All of my deceleration is for horizontal movement exclusively. That's all like velocity.x type shit. No. All of this is for running. All of this is for jumping. Syracuse, the evil thing that made my monitor not adhere to the logic of a standard grip. I believe that is the case. I heard somewhere that CRTs start drawing from the top left corner, and that's why top left is 0, 0. Player have a terminal velocity. There is no terminal velocity just yet. Although I probably should add that. That's a good point. But even if the formula for terminal velocity is if velocity dot y is greater than value, you set it to value. But even if you don't anticipate having big enough falls for terminal velocity to be an issue, you should still implement it, because if the player finds a way to like get stuck on a wall or something and they just start falling forever, they're just eventually going to gain enough speed to clip through the entire map. And then they will just... I mean, I do have the fucking death plane down here, so I suppose it doesn't matter if you fall through the entire map. It'll kill you and you'll respawn. Air resistance. How about we just pretend air resistance isn't real? It can't hurt us. This is the digital realm, where fluid dynamics are a suggestion. Okay. Variable coefficient? I don't think I'm qualified to know what that means. Okay. Gravity. Okay, local gravity. Jump force. So I guess I don't need jump velocity anymore. Okay, local gravity, jump force. Okay, if is on floor, jumps remaining set to 2. If you just jumped and you can jump, velocity.y, blah blah blah. Or actually, let me just fucking... -1 times. Put that at the start. Okay, so and then if you just jumped, blah blah blah. Apply gravity, blah blah blah. So then I can I export? I cannot export a constant. Lame. Okay, so do boop 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 boop. Haha. Jumps remaining. Yo, what if I made it into a float? You can't have half a jump. Isn't topology like the association uh between different points in a physical space? Whether that be a 2D plane or a three-dimensional area? Okay, so if velocity.y is greater than terminal velocity, because down is up, then you set it equal to terminal velocity. So apply gravity and then check. Topology light. Translated. Study of shape and deformation. It is a broad term that applies to a lot of things. For math, it's about the actual mathematic properties, like a donut being a coffee mug. For game design, it refers to how good your 3D model is at deforming when moving, and a couple other fields. Okay. Oh, literal. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying topology light. Like, here's the Spark notes. Hmm. Okay. Decent movement handler. Numbers could be tweaked. Decent jump handler. Decent gravity. Anyone got ideas for what I should try and make this guy do? Because Tobo recommended that for like a Metroidvania type thing, try to think of interesting like mobility stuff as like a baseline before you try to scale up the game. Because like the mobility needs to feel good. A flip? I can do a flip. Okay, so jump handler, jumps remaining plus is 1, so do 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 do. A jump attack where you rotate 180 degrees into an attack downward. Ooh. Oh, like a ground pound? Okay, so if input is just if not if is on floor, if not is on floor, rotation. Wait. Applies a rotation to the node starting from its current. Oh. Oh, but that's probably not going to be over time. That's probably going to be instant. Huh. Oh, wait a minute. Because I wanted the player to align with this grid, technically the player's origin is not the center of the sprite. Make it an infinite loop. Sure. For while. Oh, for fuck's sake, I forgot. While is not on floor. Oh no. Oh no, did we just crash? Oh no. Just chuck rotate into the physics. You know what? Fair. Oh no. It did not like it. But don't report it to Microsoft. They don't give a shit about my shitty indie game. Hit F12 to report bug or crash. I mean, I wouldn't really have anywhere to send the data, but I can probably figure out a way to do that. Woohoo! It's a buzzsaw of shit. Actually, let's rotate the other direction and make it a smaller value. Woo! Yes, it is rotating 180 per frame. Fidget spinner? Shidget spinner. Supersonic racing. You ran a while loop with no cooldown. technically, even if it didn't crash, like, it probably would have only ran it once when I pressed the button. Keep your feet on the ground. Well, the issue is the player's visual is disjointed from their origin. Does the hitbox rotate along? The hitbox is rotating because it's rotating the entire thing. I need to rotate just the sprite. Get node sprite 2D dot rotation. Slime squish movement. That's not going to be doable because that's just visuals, and I can't do visuals. Okay, should be node path, but is node. The fuck you mean? This is node path. Oh, okay, there we go. Rotation. Yeah, I know soft bodies are a thing, but I wouldn't want the... I don't know, like, even if the visual is like bippin' and bobbin', I don't necessarily know if I would want the collision to bippin' and bobbin'. Okay, so get node dot velocity transform. How the fuck do I get rotation? Relative to the node's parent. Oh my goodness. That's still going to have the exact same issue. See, that's what I want. But I also want the player and everything to be aligned with the grid. Because if I make the origin of the player in the center, then they're just going to be placed not on the grid. Rotate around a certain position? Possibly. The common advice is to make an extra pivot node located where you want to pivot and making a separate child. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Why the fuck do you not have a transform? Brrr. Don't fucking move the camera. Don't fucking move the camera. Okay, so Sprite 2D. Okay. Uh, hmm? This node has no shape. Oh my. What the fuck? I want the collision to match. I want to go woo, but it doesn't. Okay, fine. Fine. We'll rotate the visual without updating the collision. Can I not fucking access your properties? Window access rotation of child node. I guess I'll get node. This will make the collision turn into a blender again. No, it shouldn't. The collision. If I only rotate the sprite 2D, the collision should not be impacted. Just rotate node 2D. Well, it's not letting me access the rotation. I mean, unless it. Yeah, no. Assignment is not allowed inside an expression. Oh, am I a dumbass? Oh, okay, no, I'm just a dumbass. I should flip the sprite if I'm looking to the left. Although that should be like an animation handler thing, probably. Works with radians. You need to convert between radians and degrees if you want a fixed angle. What are you talking about? I'm just rotating it. No dot rotation equals 90 will not be 90 degrees. But that's fucking bullshit. Why would there be two different metrics for propagation around the circumference of a circle? Okay. If input action just pressed player left, flip H equals true. False. A no dot rotation degrees to radians. The fucking different degrees versus radians. Internet. Can you please actually search the question that I want to search? Give me an image. I don't want the number. Just give me a fucking image. Degrees are 0 to 360. Radians are 0 to pi. Oh. Oh, so radians is just the number of radii. That... that seems even more arbitrary than 360. Actually, no, it's less arbitrary, but it's a fucking weird-ass number. Just make it be 100. You have 100 units around the circle. If a circle has a diameter of 1, then a radian is equivalent to the radius. Oh, yeah. I mean, wouldn't a radian always be equivalent to the radius? You cannot subdivide it a lot? What are you talking about? You can subdivide it infinitely. It's numbers. Easy to factor in. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. .360 works great because we've got a lot of factors. Oh, so what I'm hearing is that we should start teaching base 360 in school. Okay, animation handler. If is on floor, if not is on floor, and input action. Is action pressed, player jump. The radian is what class people might call the natural angle measurement. It's definitely like one of the least arbitrary ways you can measure it. Okay, so dot rotation. Rotation in radians. This property is edited in the inspector in degrees. Use rotation degrees. Okay, so if I'm not on the floor and I just press jump, do blah 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 blah. Var t equals get no dot rotation degrees while t. I want it to do one full rotation. If we do a midair jump, I want it to do one full rotation. Plus equals 1. And then while this does not equal t. Oh, but this is going to overshoot. Does not... Actually, I can just do a for loop, because I can just do 30, like 12 times. Gradient? Which is 0 to 400. What? No, just stick to 360. Go dot for loop. Okay, so for in 12. Okay, so for in 12, because 30 times 12 is 360. Actually, wait, no. It starts 0 indexed. So for in 11. Okay, well, that didn't work. If you're not on floor and is action just pressed. Why are you not doing the entire for loop? Oh, it is doing the entire for loop. It's just doing everything in a single frame. So I need to wait. Sleep. Delay. Fucking Godot timer bullshit. Godot delay time. If you sleep, you'll freeze all physics processes. Why would that freeze everything? It should only impact... I mean, like... Not it should. Why would it freeze things that are not associated with the current script? Instead of minus equals, just do equals. Well, if I just do equals, the rotation is going to get set to 30. Hey. Pagoda waits for the physics process to finish, which it can't because you sleep it. Oh. Oh, because if I sleep in the middle of animation handler, it just gets frozen here and never progresses to the next frame. That's an issue. I guess so. Change this to an if. I guess so. If this is true, okay, so huh? Plus equals 30 times player direction. So if this is true, player direction is 1. Actually, if it's false, it's looking to the right. So if I'm looking to the right, this is false, so 1. If it's true, I'm looking to the left, which is -1, which is annoying. So rotation degrees plus equals 30 times player direction. So if I'm looking to the left, it should be -1, so it should be plus equals -30. Oh, it is. Okay. Extend a stick or something and YouTube hits the ground. Oh, just have a pogo stick? A pogo shit? Getting over it. Oh. Oh, so just like a handheld lever. as a movement ability. Being able to use a physics interacted, like, something like that could be interesting. Maybe, like, instead of, like, a wall jump or a wall climb, there are certain areas where, like, you have to use that. Oh my goodness, getting over it, but in a Metroidvania map would be... Oh, that would be beautiful and horrible. Kind of reminds me of... I don't know if I can remember what the game was called. Not Parasite, but, like, you're playing as a guy who, like, lost most of his limbs, so, like, their hand follows your mouse. You click the ground and then drag to pull yourself forward. Getting shit over it. Kinshi? I don't think so. Indo-parasitic, that's what it is. You can start the game without any arms. Wait, what the fuck is this? Is this like Spore or something? Free roaming, squad-based RPG, trader, blah blah blah. Interesting. Huh. Mm-hmm. Although the torso solo experience. Oh, that thumbnail looks painful. Like, I don't know anything about the game, but, like, I can already imagine not having arms or legs would make it incredibly horrible. Okay, but not sure how you would program a getting over it style mobility item. Because, like, I would definitely want to account for controller. I guess I could use, like, the right analog stick. Because, like, something like that, I don't know if something like that even works unless it is your, like, primary mobility method. Because, like, in basically every other situation, your normal walking and jumping is going to be better. Keep the spin jump, but if you hit a button to it... Oh, so like a pole vault? Okay. Although optimally, like if we had an actual animation thing in place, if you activate the pole vault, it would stop the spin and then put you in the animation where you extend the rod forward. But omnidirectional? Explain. Like, would it just always shoot you opposite the direction that you hit? Or would it have like a bit of like a bend and then fling forward type thing? Because what I'm currently imagining is the fucking pole users from Kirby Star Allies, where like you shoot the pole into the ground, it bends down and then it flings you forward. If a gap is to the right, stick gets stuck, fling. Wait. Flick. What? Oh, okay. Okay, I think I get it now. So the momentum is always clockwise relative to the position of the stick. And will inverse if you're moving to the left, presumably. Depends on jump rotation. Huh? The spin is currently only happening if you do a mid-air jump. Actually, let's go ahead and test to see if... Hmm. 4 times 16 is 64. Okay, so yeah. So we actually need to... Jump height would be 16 times tile. Okay, yeah, that's what I was imagining. Clockwise relative to the stick. Although now I have a better understanding of like how it would visually look. So like the stick is actually like pushing off of the ground and stuff. So player should now be able to jump exactly 5 blocks high. Okay, slightly higher. I think it would be cool for Metroidvania. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Dynamic movement ability with tons of movement. Maybe if you activate it on the ground, like if I'm running forward and I'm spinning, like I could definitely see that being a something useful for a speed run. Like if every time you use it, like it gives you a little bit more speed. Although I guess if you used it on flat ground, it wouldn't have anything to push off of, so it wouldn't really do much. It would that could definitely be used as like the pseudo pogo, like to bounce over spikes and enemies and stuff. Because you gotta have a pogo. It's a classic. Also, I think the reason why I'm going slightly higher than 5 blocks is because my sprite isn't exactly 16 tiles, and so my collision is slightly smaller than 16 tiles. Because you said pogo and the little shit stain was spinning. Nice. Okay, here's... I'm just throwing this in here. I want to like have tiny little flies just constantly buzzing around the player. Oh no, he's pooping. Spawn position. he's, he's just constantly pooping. Okay, coding a basic platformer as well. Nice, nice. I wonder if instead of using a particle thing, I just make a few sprite assets that just have random rotation, random movement, just around the player. Like they just can't go too far away from the player object. Wait, no, hang on. I can totally do this with particles. Because if I just have like a sphere, I can have them like kind of like fade in and out. A separate sprite with animation parented to the poo. Hmm. I was also thinking, maybe there could be an ability later in the game that you get to where you can then give the flies commands. So, like, the flies are present from the very start of the game, but they're just a visual thing. But then later on, you find something that lets you actually do something with them, and then it's like, oh, yo, they're not just for looks. Like maybe you could use them to like remotely grab stuff or like mess with enemies, like distract them. Spawn a splash of poo on collision. That's definitely doable. Man, I wish there was a built-in function for is just on floor for like when you initially land. Might be a hook for that. Go dot hook just landed on floor. Await is on floor, maybe? Is on floor only? Wait, what? Returns true if the body collided only with the floor on the last call of move and slide, otherwise returns false. Are you sure that does what I want? Because that doesn't sound like it does what I want. Is on floor already returns true if you just collided with the floor last frame. Is on floor returns true if you're colliding with the floor at all. So if I'm on the floor, is on floor is running every single frame. If it's in the physics process. Returns true if the body collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide. Otherwise returns false. Returns true if the body collided only with the floor on the last call of move and slide. Why the fuck are you so big? Collided with the floor means I am colliding with the floor. It's bad wording. First time it is true, toggle it and wait until it's false again. I can never remember which of these. Okay, so I want to make the animation first. Okay, so spawn angle? Yeah, sure. You can just rotate. I feel like turbulence. I'm trying to make it so that these fucking shoot out to the side or like up. I can never remember which of these oh, fuck. I feel like turbulence. I thought you were just saying you feel like turbulence. Hmm. Because what I wanted to happen is I want to land and then like several particles to like spawn here and shoot up and like out. Like nothing goes below, it's just horizontal. Start the particles with an impulse? Can you do start velocity? Yeah, spawn velocity. Oh, initial velocity. I should probably turn off the turbulence. There we go. And spread. Okay, maximum spread. I think that's good enough. Yeah, probably. Amount 16. And then one shot. Okay, they still need to go upward. Bring that back down to 8. Texture. Can I have a material texture? I just want it to be fucking brown pixels. Oh, okay, I gave it too much spread. That's what I was doing. Okay, so lifetime, let's say 10 seconds. Amount ratio. Want them all to shoot at the same time. How rapidly? Ah. That's what you want. They do not currently have collision. Do they need collision? Well, I was imagining that they would like shoot out and then like kind of like roll on the ground and then despawn. Particles always have a spherical collision shape. I mean, that's fair. It looks like they have collision by default. Okay. So I need to move this to be like here. That'll be fine. Okay, so var was on floor equals just landed equals false. If just landed equals false and is on floor just landed equals true. If is on floor and just landed equals true. The var needs to be at the top. I mean, I suppose. I mean, I guess if everything else, anything else might want to use it. Okay, so. Okay, so if it's false and is on floor, just landed equals true. If just landed, print fuck. Actually, get node dot emitting equals true. Oh, okay. I played it once. Oh, right. If greater than 0, there will be a gap in emissions before the next cycle begins. Like the lifespan short? I think the explosiveness is fucking me over. How rapidly particles in an emission cycle are emitted. If greater than 0, there will be a gap in emissions before the next cycle begins. Why the fuck is there a gap? Because it only spawns once and then never again. No, the one shot isn't fucking me over. Because in the code, I'm setting emitting to true. So it sets it to true, it runs, the one shot turns it off, and then I set it to true again, and it should run again. Unless all active particles have finished processing. Oh. Consider calling restart instead of emitting. Oh. Emitting is supposed... Oh, wait. Why are you running every... If just landed is false and is on floor... Oh, this is constantly looping. Setting it true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. So land. It is currently false and is on floor. So just landed equals true. I need is on ground. No, but I have is on floor. Maybe I need like has left ground or like was just ground or whatever. If not is on floor, just landed equals false. Why the fuck just... What the fuck? Hmm. Why isn't there a boolean to just fucking shoot all at the same time? Yeah, I know explosiveness is supposed to do that, but it also has this random ass emissions delay for absolutely no reason. Gotta hop off now. Okay. Have a good day and thank you for the luck. Nice job on the double jump. What? Okay, well, first of all, they're shooting in the wrong direction. And second of all, when I fucking jump, why the fuck does it reverse direction? Explosiveness delay is equivalent to the lifespan of the particles? Huh? So I'm not allowed to spawn a new set of particles until all of the old ones have gone away? Wait, what's with this fucking rewind? Also, why is it like propagating outward infinitely? The lifetime is 1 second. Yeah, I don't get what's with this fucking like oscillating fucking wave nonsense. Probably because you turn off emitting right after spawning the particles. That shouldn't like the particles should never go in like rewind. They should be affected by gravity. They should just fall straight down. If just landed, I would put the emitting into where you set just landed. Looks to be about the same. The way this is set up, if we just landed but we never leave the ground, this is still getting ran every single frame. Okay, that's what we want. They're not colliding with anything. And if we spawn new ones, it instantly deletes the old. Like what I like when I'm imagining what I'm expecting it to look like is like in Hollow Knight whenever you break a background object and then it just scatters into several like small debris pieces that kind of just clatter to the ground and then after 10 or so seconds they like shrink and fade away. That's the kind of thing I'm imagining. I would also like for this to be zoomed in some more. Yeah, that's better. That just forces a particle to spawn. If I could just spawn particles directly via code, that would probably be more convenient, because then it's just, okay, on land, fucking spawn 8 particles. Done. Shoot them upward, make them brown. Oh, fuck. This might... transform to D. Oh, it doesn't have built-in docks, because why would it? One-shot particles turn themselves off after the time has expired? Yeah. That's the entire point of the one-shot. It spawns particles once, and then it turns off the object. Well, it disables emitting on the object. Just spawn an entirely new particle object. A new particle spawner, rather. That could work. So I would spawn it, spawn particles, and then I guess await for emitting to be disabled, and then kill itself. This might have performance issues. I fail to see why it would. I mean, I don't think 8 additional pixels is going to matter. especially if they have like a relatively short lifespan. Allocating memory is by far the slowest operation. We're not allocating memory. We're spawning in an object, and then that object is killing itself. Isn't that like RAM or something? Isn't everything RAM? Creating it is allocating memory. Blech. How about we just store the entire object in RAM? It doesn't get placed anywhere, it's just constantly running tracks around the GPU. That's literally what happened. I thought allocating memory is like something like storage, hard drive bullshit. Everything in the node tree is constantly in RAM. Oh, okay. I'm tired. Although, I don't really think memory is going to give a shit about 8 random pixels every time we land on the ground. It's creating the object that's kind of slow. Oh, well, that's annoying. So slow. Common practice is to reuse objects instead of deleting them. I mean, I suppose I could have like just put like fucking 50 GPU particles on the player, and then just every time I land, grab one that isn't currently in use, so that by the time you get back to the first one, it has already reset itself. Ideally, though, Godot wouldn't be stupid and just let one-shot particles exist until their lifespan, huh? Yeah. Like, I feel like when you emit them, it should take all this data to determine what the particle is and how it spawns, and then it should just exist in isolation. I should be allowed to just spam this over and over and over. Hmm. Although I would like to avoid just having 5 particle generators just because the engine is stupid. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if there would be a way for me to manually create the particles in a similar fashion to the node creating the particles. Because the node creating the particles apparently, like, that's fine, that's not slow. So maybe I can just do what the node does. That's what emit particles does? Well, emit particles doesn't fucking exist. Expected 5 argue. The way isn't the fucking there! Expected 5 arguments, my ass! Tell me what I need to put in here, you stupid. Ooh. The fuck's a transform 2D? Particles are slow, but there just isn't any way to make it faster. Then don't. Then what's the fucking point of using particles if we're not? If everything is fucking slow? Particles are cool. Yeah, but apparently they're slow. Like, if we're trying to avoid everything that's slow, then we can't do particles. I still don't even know what slow means. I have no context. I'm assuming you aren't planning on spawning thousands of them. I did make that mistake once. I was trying to spawn like a couple dozen. I put a few more zeros than I meant to. Slow equals scales horribly. Then say it's slow and bad if you're going to do it a lot. And specifically, it's a lot at the same time, I would imagine. Like, you can have 500 enemies in the game, and they can spawn particles on death, but you're not killing all 500 at the same time. Spawning one more makes it a Then we can't. What the? If it's that bad, why are we using them? Hyperbole? That was not explained well. That hyperbole was not obvious in the slightest. Okay. I'm going to have to leave now. Implementation, optimization, other things. Yeah. Okay. We will solve this tomorrow. Farewell. Bye bye.